So we just swing low on power, I don't know why. Swing low on power, I'm not sure why.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the New York Oval. In continuation of our coverage of the National Women's Cricket League T20 New York Open 2025. This matchup featuring the DreamCricket Dragons and the North Carolina Cyclones. North Carolina Cyclones losing the toss. DreamCricket choosing to bat under relatively normal conditions. Temperature maybe in the middle 80s, or about 29 degrees Celsius. Captain Aditya Chudasama choosing to bat first. First wicket fell in over number 1. But since then, Captain Aditya Chudasama and Bhakti Shastri, of course, 2 national team players, saw them in action just a few weeks ago in Dallas, playing against the Zimbabwe national side. So not surprising that these 2 are now in the middle of a really nice partnership. Partnership now worth 46. So we've gone from 3 for 1 to now 49 for 1. We're into over number 8. In fact, over 8 has been completed. We're about to start over number 9. Over number 9 is going to be back to Shastri on strike, facing up to this new bowler who will be named shortly as soon as we have that information. But again, a really nice partnership being put together here. Back to Shastri and it's Chudasama has pulled into the leg side. Oh, right through the fielder at mid-wicket, goes away for 4. And that brings up the 50th partnership on the delivery that really should have been fielded directly to the fielder, a couple of bounces, and it goes right through her and goes to the ropes for number 4 of the innings. 4 boundaries, don't have any 6s yet, but the bowler is Halima Vikar, bowled over number 7, and so this is her second over bowling over number 9. Being supported by her fielders. This is played into the covers, wanting a single, and they'll get the single as the ball is hit into the covers and off of the knee, it looks like, of the fielder in the covers. And I believe is Kartika Pendam, who wore one off the point of her knee. That's never something that feels comfortable. If you've never had that happen, consider yourself lucky. In the meantime, Aditya Chudasama continuing. Pulls this one way into the leg side for a single. So we have 6 runs from the over, make that 7 runs from the over already. To include that wide. And this partnership now works.
I think what's happening is that these camera guys have put their own ads in between.
It hasn't been on at all.
Let me see the demo mode. Demo mode is, I turned off, again. Demo mode has to be turned off, which I did. Okay, and then okay, clubs host. Things back on. Yeah.
Back here at field number 3, the North Carolina Cyclones lost 2 early wickets. 8 for 2 is your score. Aliasa, Vijay Kumar 3 from 5, and Palak Charan none from 3. One of the batters at the crease. Sanjana Rule is the bowler. Into her second over, the third of the innings. 8 for 2 is your score. Another 124 runs needed in 106 balls. Great delivery. I'll tell you what, there's pressure being put on now because there's now a slip fielder and a gully fielder in position, wanting to make sure that you take advantage of this excellent bowling from these opening bowlers. Often in a T20 match you see a slip and a gully. That's what you have here, and that's a measure of the confidence that Aditi Chudasama has in her opening bowlers. Really good stuff here from the DreamCricket Dragons. Oh my goodness, full toss, no ball. As soon as I say that, I end up jinxing her. It's a no ball, they'll get 2 runs, so 3 to the total, and the next delivery is going to be a free hit. Talked about that earlier. Anytime you have the situation where you're accustomed to looking down at the pitch to see the ball, it happens to be a full toss that is not going to land on the pitch. It's a very dangerous delivery because you can get hurt really badly from that type of delivery. So here's your free hit. Another full toss. It's going to land just short of the bowler. Wouldn't have mattered anyway had that been taken, but clearly the length that Sanjana Road bowled in the first over has just maybe disappeared for the moment, up to her to regain the control that she had. Still 2 balls to go here in over number 3. 11 runs on the board. Required rate as of now just under 7. Lovely strike over the top of extra cover. That might be the shot of the day. Will it go all the way for 4? It's slowing down and gets to the boundary now. That is an absolutely brilliant shot over the top of extra cover, going away for 4. You'll need a whole lot more of those if you're the Cyclones. And in fact, that is the last ball over. Excellent shot to close out over number 3. 7 runs coming from the over. And at the end of over number 3, the score is 15 for 2. So 3 overs in the books, 15 for 2. So the scoring rate is 5 and over. The required rate at the start of the innings was 6.6. So you're already falling behind there. Actual required rate at this stage, after 4 overs where you scored 5 and over, is 6.88. 6.88 and over is not the easiest of things to do. And certainly after you've lost a couple of top order wickets, let's just say it will not be easy from here. Great delivery here from Maria Velada, bowling her second over. Yorker length, managed to turn it into a single, so that's not a bad thing. Just look for ways to keep the scoreboard ticking. Anytime that you have the opportunity to get singles, puts you in a good position. Now, for me, I'm looking for when Captain Aditya Chudasana brings herself onto bowl. One of the more economical bowlers that you'll see anywhere. Typically bowls according to the situation. Sometimes the situation requires her to bowl inside the power play. Sometimes she just brings herself on otherwise. That is a loose delivery down the leg side. You get at least 2 runs for it. That's good running by the fielder down there, but you'll see here it is 3 wides. So 3 from 3 added to the total. 2 that they ran plus the 1 that was a wide. So that dot ball that you just saw after the 3 wides puts you in a situation where there's 19 runs on the board. 4 deliveries remaining in over number 4. Around the wicket to the left hander. Ooh, solid in the fence. It's a good looking shot. I'll tell you what we've seen from Alyssa Vijay Kumar so far, Alyasa Vijay Kumar, is actually excellent. She appears to be a brilliant left-handed batter. For me, the shot over the top of extra cover was the shot of the day that I've seen so far. And we'd like to think that if there's a chance for the Cyclones to win this, she'd have a lot to do with it. That's played off the back foot. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a fumble, but they'll end up getting a run as that ball goes to backward point. Up to her now to grind her way through these next several overs. We want to think that if she has anything to do with it, that she'll put herself in the position to bat long, be positive without taking any risks. So let's see where we go from here. 2 balls remaining here in over number 4. Looking to advance down the track. Well, that's completely necessary at this stage, but let's see exactly how it goes for them from here. So a couple of quick wickets to start this innings. First wicket fell in over number 1. Second wicket fell in over number 2. At the following second wicket, there were 4 runs on the board. So this partnership, not a whole lot to compare it to, but it is the biggest partnership in the innings so far. And in the next 2 balls, or next ball, we'll see what we can have from here. Good delivery, a little bit of extra bounce. We've seen extra bounce from this end. Oh, sorry, missed it live. There's a wide signal by umpire Edward Clark. Man from Barbados says we're going to have to re-bowl that one. See exactly whether or not these bowlers can maintain a certain consistency that they need to. Been a little bit loose so far. 7 extras already, and just into the 4th over. So that's certainly some work that needs to be done to clean up. Tapped into the leg side. Oh, not a clean pickup. Can't exactly affect what could have been a very tight run out, but that is the end of the over. The single that closes things out in over number 1, over number 4 rather. End of the over score is 22 for 2. So 22 for 2 is your score after 4. Batters. Palak 2 from 6. Alias DJ Kumar 10 from 13. And this is what I was referring to earlier. I was looking to see when Captain Aditya Chudasama brought herself on. She clearly feels that this is an opportunity to challenge the top of the middle order. Hard rate 6.8, so very close to 7. And the best way to have that ball is to give you a couple of tight overs here. She's a very, very difficult bowler to get away. Quick single here. Oh, throw had some heat on it. Very high. Almost seemed to catch the keeper by surprise. So single starts over number 5. 2 overs make that 1 over in 5 balls remaining inside the power play. So you want to do what you can to continue to constrict them. 6.8 and over is not necessarily a tough ask, but where you are now, you're going to find it difficult to maintain or keep that required rate within reach if you cannot score off of Aditya Chudasama. She tends to be a very difficult bowler to score off of. So slip fielder in position, very aggressive, looking to see if he gets one to spin past and catch the outside edge of the left-handed Alias of DJ Kumar. It is off the outside edge, but she did well to keep it down. So the ball trickles into the offside, no run. And this matchup is one that you think you almost want to concede that you favor chances of Aditya Chudasama bowling to the left-hander. She has looked very good for the time that she's been at the wicket, Alias DJ Kumar. But having that ball to turn away from the right-handed to the left-handed batter is always a trick. And that shot that she just played is one that could potentially be dangerous. She's pulling it to mid-wicket. It's essentially hitting across the turn. It was straight enough that did not present much of a challenge, but she'd want to be careful playing that shot to a ball on or outside the line of off stump. There's 2 runs from the over so far from Aditya Chudasama. Last ball, make that 2 balls coming up here and over at number 5. Right-handed Palakchan would prefer facing up to her, you think. Look at this, looking to play the shot on the offside, on the ridge, trickles towards slip, no run. Typical miserly over being bowled here by the Chudasama. All of a sudden, just that bit of time leads to the required rate being up above 10. Look at this. Get wide down the leg side and an additional run. Quite see signal there from umpires saying that I believe that was a wide +1, so it should have been 2 runs added to the total. Pay attention to that the rest of the way. Here's the last ball. Slip fielder back in position. Short. Pulled around the corner. There's runs to be had here. At least 2 of them. When it's close to the boundary, it's going to stop just a couple of inches before the ropes. They'll get those 2 runs. So a bit of a loose delivery to close things out here for the Chudasama. End of over number 5. My unofficial score is 28 for 2. Confirm that with the score is shortly, but handful of runs given up in that over by Aditya Chudasama. See exactly what happens here with the last over the power play coming up. Let's call it 28 for 2 for now. 28 for 2 after 5. Batters are Salakchan and Aliasa Vijay Kumar. See that the required rate still hovering around 7. Full toss. So you what? It's played as straight as you like, and the middle stump saves 4 runs. That would have gone straight down the ground, mid-on and mid-off, inside the circle. Would have gone all the way for 4, but for the middle stump having stopped at 1. So 12 fielders on the field on that occasion. And you might consider yourself lucky there, Ria Balala, because that easily could have and probably should have gone for 4, given that it was full toss that essentially Batter missed out on. So 3 straight dot balls to start the last over of the power play here. Big picture, you need 104 runs, and you need to score them in the next 87 balls. Having said that, looking at the comparison between Cyclones and the DreamCricket Dragons, when the Dragons batted at the end of over number 5, they had 29 runs on the board. Cyclones had 28, so they're very close from that standpoint. And look at that shot, going over the top of extra cover and going away for 4. Advancing down the track, being aggressive here, Palakchan, and meeting at 1.5 volley, taking it over the top of extra cover for 4. Aggressive looking shot. Maybe that's a signal that she started looking to be more aggressive. 7 from 12 for that shot. She had 3 from 11, so she was much less in terms of her strike rate than what she would have preferred. But that shot might have been a shot of intent. It might let you know that they're looking to take the attack to the DreamCricket Dragons. 2 balls remaining here in over number 6. Goes past the outside edge here. Just 4 runs from the over. The 1 scoring stroke is the 4 that you saw from the 3rd, make that the 4th ball of the over. And as of right now, you're going to have to put yourself in a position where you have to take advantage of any opportunities to score. Required rate up back above 7, so 7.06. Partnership building, certainly building. Came together when the score was 4 for 2. Now up to 32 for 2, so an even 100 runs needed. That is the end of over number 6, end of the power play. 100 runs needed in the last 14 overs. And we'll see whether or not they can overhaul that total. So 100 runs even needed from the next 14 overs. 32 for 2 is your score. Batters are Palakchan, 7 from 14. And Aliasa Vijay Kumar, 13 from 17. After that single, she is 14 from 18. This is now going to be Talini Don taking up the attack from the southern end of the ground. Don, right arm over the wicket, bowling now to the right-handed Balachan. Out of the power play, so the potential is there to be more defensive in the field settings, but they choose to maintain a relatively aggressive field. It becomes a little bit difficult to see who the boundary riders are because coaching staff is all standing on the boundary, so it's kind of hard to see who's a coach and who's a player, but I think there's only two fielders on the boundary. There's a deep backward square leg and deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, inside the boundary, interestingly. So watch for that delivery now on the off stump. Talina Don getting that one just in toward the pads of Elias Vijay-Kumar. Can't exactly get it away. But your options are relatively limited if you're looking to go after a target of upwards of 7 runs and over. You need to be aggressive. Not reckless, but certainly need to be aggressive. Look for opportunities to score. Tossed up. And she tries to go off the back foot here, Elias Vijay-Kumar. Not able to get much on it. So a couple of singles and then a couple of dots here in over number 7. Lean it down into her first over. Leg spinner. Tosses this one up. Yuvraj Singh has a good look and then decides that it is just a little bit too far outside the line of off stump. So you're bowling the leg spinner to the left-hander. So that's why you have a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, because that turn, any turn will be into the left-hander, which will be her power stroke. And she's trying to counteract that, Talina Don, by keeping it outside the line of off stump. This one goes toward that fielder, deep backward square leg. Diving, tumbling attempt is going to be in vain, I believe, because it goes away for 4. So, not much confirmation from the fielder, but I believe that did go over the ropes. Umpire Yuvraj Singh will be confirming with the fielder here shortly, but I think that did go over the ropes. In fact, no signal from the umpire, so yep, there's a signal. So it did go for 4. The last ball coming up now in over number 7. 7 runs already from the over. So you get the 7 that you're looking for. So this is a good start. Tossed up, and she lets it go outside the line of off stump, and it is a wide. So a lot of extras. We've seen that all day. 11 extras in the inning so far. The majority of them have been wides, but you're at the stage now where you're going to have to be very judicious and have to be very careful what you concede, and particularly with the leg spinner to the lefty that is stroked through the covers. That's going to run away close to the boundary. Slowing down, don't think it will get there. Stops short by about 3 or 4 yards, but a good positive attacking mindset here being exhibited by Elias Vijay-Kumar. 2 more runs to close out over number 7. 10 runs coming from the over. The score is 42 for 2. So 42 for 2 is the score after 7. Interestingly, when the DreamCricket Dragons batted, the score after 7 was 43. So you can make the argument that these two teams here are neck and neck as the North Carolina Cyclones look to see whether or not they can overhaul this target. So they're right there in terms of the runs needed. And this pair batting together, alias Vijay Kumar and Palak Chauhan, have put on 38 runs at the moment, unbroken partnership of 38, and they have essentially grown in confidence. 2 wickets down inside the first 2 overs would have had them in a spot of bother, if you will. But thus far, I think you've seen excellent cricket from this pair. Again, having put on 38 runs, they're looking to continue on that same vein. In the meantime, it's going to be Vaishnavi Kadiri, who's bowling from the northern end of the ground. She is going to be looking to attempt to break this partnership. Another leg spin, a quick arm. That comes out of her hand relatively quickly. She has a flat trajectory, doesn't toss the ball up. She's going to be looking to see how she can keep that type of action, almost like a, if you will, a Shahid Afridi type of action, or a Neil Kumble type of action, where it's quick, it's flat, it's not tossed up, and it asks you to judge on line and length, hopefully from your standpoint as a bowler, to kiss the outside edge of the right-handed batter, or induce the lefty to a rash shot through changes of pace. That's what I'm thinking the approach would be. Oh, looking to cut this one away. 3 consecutive dot balls here. It's a good start. Need another 90 in the next 12 overs and 3 balls. Piling on a bit of pressure now because they had a couple of overs where they were looking a lot more comfortable. Tossed up and played to mid-on. Oh, a direct hit there. She could have been in trouble. But she does get a single here. Palak Chauhan. One thing she may want to pay attention to is that as she was running toward the wicket, toward the danger end, she veered in a direction so as to avoid the ball hitting her. But the problem with that, and self-preservation is certainly a motivating factor, but the problem with veering is that you end up running a longer distance than you really should. And that can sometimes be the difference between you being given out, run out, and not. So every once in a while you have to put yourself in a position of, as they say, wearing one for your side. If the ball crashes into your body, but you happen to still be at the wicket, I think your captain would prefer that be the case. Past the outside edge, what a brilliant over. Just one run coming from it. Great over by Vaishnavi Kadiri. End of over number 8, scores 43 for 2. Eight overs in the books. This is Aditi Tudasama bringing herself back on. This is her second over. Bowled over number 5, now bowling over number 9. Once again, just you get the sense that she spots the opportunity to turn the screws just a little bit for the big cuts. A bit of extra bounce that time. A couple of dots to start over number 9. Don't look now, you're down to the last 70 balls of the innings. You still need another 89 runs. So it's starting to be a little bit difficult. Down the ground, and it's going to be just trickling past mid-on. They'll get a couple of runs, or will they? Strong throw toward the non-striker's end. They'll eventually get there, but said it a number of times already today. Look to run the first one hard. That prevents you from essentially being at the mercy of whether or not the fielder can hit from the deep. Had that been a direct hit, it would have been interesting as to see whether or not it would have been a dismissal. But following up with that delivery, you see a dot again from Aditi Chudasama. Very frugal, very economical, just 8 runs conceded from her spell so far. This is in the air, landing short of the fielder, deep mid-wicket. Oh, and then they make a bit of a meal of it on the boundary. Get a couple more runs. So the way that Aditi Chudasama's first over ended was a little bit more expensive than she typically is. But she's usually one who can pull things back, and just 2 balls, in fact 1 ball remaining here in the over. Lofted down the ground and to the left of the fielder, running across from mid-on, running close to the boundary. I said the left, I meant our left, or her right. And it is going to trickle close to the boundary. A couple more runs to the total, 6 coming from the over. Once again, maybe just a touch more expensive than you've seen Aditi Chudasama in the past, but 6 runs and over wins you this game if you can see that much, because the required rate is now 7.5. So, end of over number 8, make that over number 9. The score is 49 for 2. For 2, and now a double spin attack, as it is going to be Vaishnavi Kadiri to continue. Lovely shot off the back foot. Oh, and that gets through the fielder backward point. We'll get at least a couple of runs here. And close to the boundary. And the best of fielding by the fielder backward point. It almost seems as though they've restricted the conditions but can't exactly knock out the Cyclones. The Cyclones are not exactly scoring at will, but that is a full toss and it is punished, but there's a fielder in the deep at mid-wicket. You've Singh would have thought about whether or not that was a full toss above waist height, but finally deciding that it wasn't. So what I started saying is that the Cyclones are essentially hanging in there. Don't necessarily get the sense that they have the firepower to put away this game or to take over proceedings, but the way that you compensate for that is aggressive running between the wickets, which for the most part they've seemed to have the urgency to do. Inside edge onto the pad that time, no run. But for every over that you concede less than 7, then obviously the required rate goes up. The required rate now 7.62, and this is expert spin bowling by the captain Aditi Chudasama, and then now by Vaishnavi Kadiri. Tossed up, and that definitely will be a no ball. Boy, you've seen a number of goals already today. No ball for the full pitch above waist height, and if you ever wanted to have the opportunity to swing big, this would be it. A free hit, field cannot change, same batter is in position, advancing down the track, that's good work, no danger in being stumped, coming back for the second run, good aggressive running, that definitely puts you in a position of attempting to get something from the over beyond what you'd have wanted initially, or beyond what you thought you'd have gotten initially. The free hit certainly helped with that. And now 6 runs from the over with 2 to come in the air. Don't think that will carry down to long on. They'll get 1. Do they come back for the second? No, they don't. But there, that is 7 runs from the over already. Essentially, you need to keep scoring at that rate to go all the way to winning this game. And so if you put yourself in the mindset of saying, that is all that we need, we've already gotten 7, so no need to do anything rash the rest of the way. Actual required rate is 7.48, so 7.48 and over. In theory, not the hardest ask in the world, but you're certainly going to want to keep scoring and don't have any opportunities go not taken advantage of. Tossed up, very wide outside the line of off stump, yet another wide. That is extra number 13 for the innings so far. 23% of the runs that have been scored in this innings have been via extras. So the coaching staff and the captain will certainly want to correct that. Looks to go big. A thick inside edge running down toward fine leg. They'll get 2. I believe that that's all that they'll get, but a very productive over. 10 runs coming from it. That is the end of over number 10. Productive in the sense that you've exceeded the number of runs that you need per over in this over. And so that brings the required rate down just a touch. An interesting last 10 overs coming up. You need 73 runs in the next 60 balls. We'll be right back as the players go off for a water break. Last 10 overs of the match, last 10 overs of the day. And 73 runs is what separates the Cyclones from victory. Cricket Dragons trying to hang on for dear life. And this is going to be Aditya Chudasama. 2 overs bowled, 12 runs conceded, so she's going essentially to run a ball. Usually more frugal than that. This cut away in the gap, that's running away down the hill. That may go for 4. It's going to get close, and it gets to the boundary now. So as I said, she's a lot more frugal than what she's shown already today. Aditya Chudasama. Maybe just a little bit too much width here and easily cut away. And by the way, we do have to acknowledge the fact that that partnership is now a 50-run partnership plus. They came together when the score was 4 for 2. It is now 63 for 2. So that partnership now worth 59. Short, cut in the same direction. They'll get a single. But importantly, you keep the scoreboard ticking and thinking long-term meaning toward the back end of this innings. Aditya Chudasama now has only 2 overs, make that 1 over and 4 balls remaining in her spell. So she can be one of the more frugal bowlers around. Again, just a little bit more expensive today than normal, but she certainly can be more frugal than most you'll see. She uses herself in very specific situations where she can restrict the runs, but she only has 1 over left after this one, so that's something to pay attention to. Are you going to put yourself in a position where you're going to need your most frugal bowler? And the next question is, how long do you hold yourself back from bowling the over in the way that you need to? A couple of dot balls here to Aliasa Vijay Kumar, 25 from 27, Palak Chauhan 23 from 31. Solidly in defense, 3 straight dot balls, but if I were Aliasa Vijay Kumar, I would make sure that I am at the wicket after this next ball, because that means that there's only 1 more over that Aditya Chudasama has to be able to bowl. Lofts it down the ground, it's going to land in front of mid-on. They'll get a single, and that is 6 runs coming from the over. So Aditya Chudasama coming back with a good over after conceding the boundary from the very first ball. At the end of over number 11, the score is 65 for 2, 67 needed in the last 9. Talini Don continuing, switching ends now. Bowled 1 over from the southern end of the ground. Now she's going to be bowling from the northern end. Bowling to Aliasa Vijay Kumar. In the air. Bounces once, twice. Off of the knee of the field at deep mid wicket. Wanted a second run there. Aliasa Vijay Kumar not able to get it. But that shot is a shot of intent. And it shows that they're looking to push on here. Feline Don, 1 over bowled. Her over went for 10 runs. Conceded a 4 and gave up had a couple of wides in that over. She's now going to be tasked with, from her standpoint, breaking this partnership, because you think that in order for the Dragons to win that DreamCricket Dragons, they'd want to break this partnership. Partnership now building. It's now worth 62. And At this stage, you're exactly at the halfway stage in terms of runs needed versus runs on the board. You need 66 more, and you have 66 on the board. Tossed up wide outside the line of off stump. Too wide, says umpire Edward Clark. And with this partnership, again, coming together when the score was 6, make that 4 for 2. So they've already put on 63 runs. Brilliant partnership on the way. Short and straight to mid-wicket and taken. Boy, it was a long hop. Maybe 2 yards to either side of that fielder at mid-wicket, and that ball goes to the boundary, but it goes right to the field at mid-wicket. And that is the end of the partnership. Palak Chauhan batted well, 23 from 33 with 2 fours, but she is dismissed. I think you'll see the disappointment in her face as she goes off. And now where you are here is the senior partner, alias Vijay Kumar, 27 from 32, may start feeling the need to up her own scoring rate. 27 from 32 in most instances is not negative, but 23 from 32 is a scoring rate of less than a run a ball. As of now, we need 7.6 and over to win this match. 7.6 and over as compared to the current scoring rate of 5.83. So you're scoring at less than a run a ball, and you need to score at almost 8 runs and over. So certainly work to do here, and you're going to see how difficult it is, especially with a new batter coming to the crease. So that big partnership having been broken, that all augurs well for the Cyclones. So the first delivery to the new batter worked away into the leg side for a single. By the way, the new batter looking to see how exactly she can put herself in a position to be productive, be the type of batter who can get runs for his side. By the way, I said 67, my apologies. It's actually 66. And what happens here? Cleaned her up. 1 brings 2. You see that so often. And all of a sudden, the cat is amongst the pigeons. The score remains at 66, and there is a second wicket down because the big wicket of the batter, Aliasa Vijay Kumar, is in the books. It's a huge wicket, by the way. A few moving parts. Apologies, I got the score wrong a couple of times. The score is now 67 for 4. New batter is now the senior batter, if you will, because there are now 2 completely new batters at the crease. One who's faced 1 ball, one who's not faced at all yet. And all of a sudden, with 68 for 4, the Cyclones are in trouble. The DreamCricket Dragons are turning the screws, and things become that much more difficult for the Cyclones to generate the momentum that they need to. So 4 wickets down. 1 ball remaining here in over number 12. And I will tell you that things become that much more difficult as we speak. New batters in. 2 batters at the crease. Manisha Sagi is a batter at the non-strikers end. Vanilla Pendan is at the strikers end, my apologies. Non-striker is Manisha Sagi. She will remain the non-striker as the single is taken off the last ball of over number 12. Brilliant over. 3 runs coming from it, but 2 wickets taken. And the 2 wickets are the 2 batters who put together a 62-run partnership. So that puts you in a really nice position if you're the DreamCricket Dragons. End of over number 12, 68 for 4. 68 for 4. Single to start over number 13. And it is the captain herself who wants to bowl out here. 3 overs have cost 18 runs, so going at a run a ball. She continues going at a run a ball. A couple of deliveries have conceded 2 singles. Singles are not going to hurt you at all in this instance if you are the DreamCricket Dragons, because the required rate is now up above 8. If it is above 8, then my goodness, that puts you in a position, a really nice position. You can continue to turn the screws, which is what Aditya Chudasama is going to want to do, and that makes things more and more difficult. 3 deliveries into over number 13, so halfway through her last over here, Aditya Chudasama. Just 2 runs conceded, so as I said, the screws continue to turn. Oh, tries to go down the leg side. I heard a noise, but that noise might have been backed off of pad because umpire Yuvraj Singh has already signaled a wide. So this will be 3 runs. That will definitely help. Anytime you have the opportunity to score runs without any balls counting, that works in your favor. So 3 more runs to the total, and still 3 balls to go here. Tossed up, very to short, mid on. Good piece of fielding, no run there. So just a bit of a delay. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but I think umpire Yuvraj Singh is doing a little bit of cleanup work, if you will. Just making sure that the shoes of the non-striker are tied appropriately. I think you'll want to see how you go from here, wanting to make sure that you continue to turn the screws if you are the DreamCricket Dragons. That ball. So just 1 more ball left. In fact, that is the end of the over. So good over, good final over. 5 runs coming from it. And Aditya Chudasama didn't take any wickets, but bowled with, if not as frugal an effect as she usually does have, certainly good enough in terms of being able to restrict the team to the runs that they need. So, end of over number 14, the score is 74 for 4. Pulled and landing short at mid wicket. Almost had the 5th wicket there, and that certainly would have been disastrous for the Cyclones, but they lived to fight another day. This is going to be Kalina Dine continuing, rolling over number 14. Oh, in the air for a while. She thought she had the opportunity for a catch. Couldn't quite pull it off, but continuing with the process of turning the screws here. Single and then a dot, so we're looking to continue that process of making it difficult for the side to come back into the game. And again, once those 2 big wickets fell, get the sense that the air has been taken out of the sails. Pull to square leg, and they'll get a single. Last 3 balls coming up here, over number 15, make that over number 14. And the spin bowling has absolutely done the job here for the DreamCricket Dragons. So the last 5 overs, including the one that we're in now, has yielded 27 runs. So a scoring rate of 5.4 is a good, solid 2 runs and over. And that's a direct hit, and that is gone. Yet another run out. You've seen a number of run outs today. Just the commitment to that run is not there. And full credit to the fielder, short third, for being able to hit directly from about a 45-degree angle. That's not the easiest throw in the world to make, but she hits directly, and that is wicket number 5. 76 for 5, and the Cyclones are in all kinds of trouble. They need another 56 runs in the next 39 balls, but only now 5 wickets in hand, and things are going a little bit pear-shaped for them at the moment. Knew better at crease, solid in defense, but you need a little bit more than a solid defensive shot at this stage. The required rate now approaching 9. Goes past the outside edge. Couple of dots to close out over number 14. Excellent stuff from Delina Don and the DreamCricket Dragons. Required rate now well and truly above 9. It's 9.3, and it's starting to get to be desperation time for the Cyclones. 76 for 5. Over 15 will be bowled by Vaishnavi Kadiri. And the attack, let's call it the spin heavy attack, continues. The examination by spin, if you will. Dot ball here to start over number 15, running out of time, needing another 56 runs in the next 35 balls. Oh, they get a single here. They could get 2. No, they're not going to get 2 because the first run was run relatively slowly. 77 runs on the board, 55 needed, 34 balls remaining. Current scoring rate 5.37, so it's actually going down and it should be going up. Required rate just short of 10 runs and over. So all signs pointing in the direction of a DreamCricket Dragons victory here, and the Cyclones are going to need to do something special to get themselves toward victory. That will help. That's a wide. That is extra number 17 on the day. 22% of the runs coming in extras, if the Dream Cricket Dragons win this, they'll certainly look back and look for ways to improve. One of the ways they could improve would be fixing the extras that they're conceding. This one here is a good delivery outside the line of off stump. By the way, the batters are Shravya Kanamuri and Manisha Sagi. Shravya Kanamuri is the captain. She's at the non-striker's end. And it is pulled just to the left of the field, short mid wicket. And you'll see, in fact, that was Shravya Kanamuri on strike. It's now going to be Manisha Sagi taking strike after that single. Down to the last 2 balls in over number 15, almost at 3/4 stage of the innings, almost at the 87% stage of the match. Goes for the big drive. That's well fielded at backward point. Throw to the non-striker's end. Throw was a bit wayward. A good clean pickup, but not the best of throws. And that provided the opportunity for a run. It almost feels like you need to start taking chances. You don't want to run yourself out, but maybe you're very close to the point where you want to look to pick up a single off of every ball. Tossed up. Oh, that goes past the outside edge. Did she hit the edge? Or did that hit the edge? It did come off the edge and goes past the keeper. So it's another run. 5 runs coming from the over. That does mean that that's the end of the over. It also means that the required rate is now up above 10. Score after 15 is 81 for 5. Don continuing, tossed up and pulled into the deep. Couple of bounces to deep mid wicket, and it gets through and gets close to the boundary. They'll get a couple of runs, and they come back again for the 3rd. Under no circumstances should that have been 3 runs. Should have just been 1. But they end up conceding 3 runs from the very first ball of over number 16. So that would be irritating to the captain. The captain, of course, herself does not have any overs left, so she's gonna have to make sure that her other bowlers do the work. Looks for the big drive. Looking to go over that mid-wicket area. Misses out on a shot though, so let's see what happens from here. Kalini Don into her last over. 3 overs, 2 for 16, so she's bowled very well. Average of 8 will not hurt anything at all. Again, repeating the shot, and again the same result. Wanting to target that area over the leg side, but the ball is spinning away from her, so she's attempting to hit across the turn. Manisha Sagi, in fact, that's Shravya Kanamuri, and not able to get much on it. So let's see whether or not the same thing happens again. Maybe she uses her feet to come down the track. That's an option. Attempts the same or similar type of shot. This time it ricochets far enough away that they'll get a run. I believe that that was a single off the bat. Inside edge onto the pad maybe. But in any event, a run. So gets you a run closer, but my goodness, still 47 runs needed, only 26 balls remaining. So let's see how well the Dream Cricket Dragons can continue to apply the screws here. Tapped around the corner, that's good running from the non-striker. That is Manisha Sagi, who saw the opportunity for the run and called her captain through. You certainly want to take advantage of those. Single makes the required rate go up, that's true, but A dot ball makes it go up even more. So you have to take any opportunities to score runs as they present themselves. Last ball here for over number 16. We're down to 25 balls remaining in the innings. 25 balls this is going to be the last ball of Talini Don's spell. Brilliant spell, 3.5 overs, 2 for 21. Here is that last ball. Swept into the deep. Do they look for 2? They want 2. They're coming back for 2. Or throw it gone to the striker's end. It would have been interesting, but eventually get an easy 2 to close out over number 16. Doesn't get much easier though, because the overall run rate, the required rate, is now up to 11. And their actual run rate 5.5, so they're scoring exactly at half of the rate that they need to score in the next 4 overs. 88 for 5. Idiot for 5, Shavia Kanamuri, 5 from 7, Manisha Sagi, 9 from 11. But it is the DreamCricket Dragons that are on top. And this ball is served down to mid-on, fumbled, but either way, a single is always on offer. But singles alone will not do it at this stage, because we need 43 runs in the next 23 balls. Talini Don is finished. It's going to be Vaishnavi Kadiri who's continuing. This is going to be her last over. But they've not shown an aptitude to score off of the spinners, at least with any degree of accuracy or any degree of effectiveness. Throw coming to the strikers or non-strikers end. 2 deliveries, 2 singles to start over number 17. The challenge is now going to be to manufacture runs from somewhere. The singles alone will not do it. Again, the required rate almost 12. So you're essentially looking at the need to score 2 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. And as much as we preach about singles, it certainly will not help if all you're scoring is singles. What will help is if you're getting free runs from the opposition. So that's 2 more wides. 1 for the wide and then 1 for what they ran after the delivery, not having been collected by the keeper. So that does marginally keep you in the game, but eventually you need to start looking for a 4 every over if possible. At minimum, you need to be looking for 2s and looking to run them aggressively. Big, huge drive. This is going to be a bye, I believe. Throw coming into the non-striker's end. And no signal from umpire Yuvraj Singh. Don't know whether or not that hit anything. I would think that it would have been a bye, but he does not signal bye, so let's put it down as runs. In any event, you do get the extra run there, or at least you do get the run. And then this one gets through the fielder behind the square on the offside, and they'll get 2 more. So just a bit of sloppiness now for the DreamCricket Dragons. Last 2 balls coming up here in over number 17. Don't know that they'd be threatened yet, but they will want to clean up these miscues, because certainly that is something that will come to the fore when you play one of the more, let's call it the more accomplished teams in the tournament. So 2 balls remaining. The score is 95 for 5. And you want to put yourself in a position of being able to capitalize on any opportunities, but this is played into the offside. They'll get a single. Throw coming to the keeper's end. Not closer than it needed to be, but they do eventually get the single. Now this will be the last ball of her spell. Vaishnavi Kadiri. using the feet, and that gets through backward point. We'll get at least 2. And then we'll settle for 2. Good productive over. 10 coming from it. All is not lost yet if you're the Cyclones. 10 coming from over number 17 means that you need 34 in the next 3 at a rate of 11.5 and over. Close finish coming up, you would hope, but you sort of have to push toward that direction if you're the Cyclones. End of over 17, 98 for 5. St. John Rule, opening bowler, coming back into the attack, bowling over number 18. Ostensibly should also bowl over number 20 because she has 2 overs left, and you want your best bowlers bowling at this stage of the innings. She's bowling to a pair that is both on 11. Shravya Kanamuri 11 from 11, and Manisha Sagi 11 from 13. Last 3 overs of the innings coming up. 34 runs away from victory are the North Carolina Cyclones. How do you approach the rest of this match? How do you get creative? How do you give a scoop shot in your repertoire to access that area behind the leg side or behind square on the leg side? A number of different thoughts here. Here's the first delivery. Goes past the outside edge. That ball to start over number 18. It's exactly what you want. And your challenge now, if you're the Cyclones, is to realize that as of this stage, you need exactly 2 runs every ball. 17 balls remaining, 34 runs needed. So unfortunately, the ones are not going to do it. At minimum, you need 2s. But you're also needing to start thinking how you're going to manufacture additional runs other than just 1s and 2s. That is a single. You don't want to turn down a single, but you need more than that. The required rate now up above 12. 33 needed from the next 16. This player has now put on 23 runs, which is not nothing, but they need to find a way to figure out how to score 33 in the next 16. To score now 98 for make that 99 for 5. Just the 100-run mark. Psychologically, you want to get past that. Played into the offside, and that brings you 100, or does it? A wayward throw, so they do get to that number without any fuss. So with that 100 up, it does mean that you need another 32 in the next 15. Just hear the applause from the outside. Teammates exhorting on this batting pair. They have to know that things will be more and more difficult from here. So it's going to be up to them to find a way to manufacture the runs. Full toss. Short mid wicket. Going for the run, and a direct hit there. She would have been gone by 3 yards. But she misses on the direct hit. They end up with another run. At this stage, you have to take chances. Again, you don't want to be suicidal, but my goodness, have to make sure that you find a way to score off of every ball. You get the sense that they know that. So, Shravya Kanamuri, 12 from 12. Manisha Sagi, 12 from 15. You need plenty of runs. That's played straight. You're looking for another single. You don't mind conceding those singles if you're in DreamCricket Dragons. Yes, you want the scoreboard to keep ticking, but it's to the point now where you need the scoreboard to tick with 4s and 6s. No 6s have been hit in this innings yet. In fact, in this match, there's not been a 6. There have been 4 4s. You need a whole lot more than that the rest of the way, one would think. 30 runs needed in the next 13 balls. It becomes that much more difficult to maintain your composure when you know that you're looking up. That's a pretty stiff target. Plays it square. They want two. They'll get two easily. They may get more than two. But they look for three. No, good strong throw. Coming back into the keeper's end keeps them to two. But 6 runs coming from the over. Great over bowled here by the opening bowler Sanjana Arul. That is the end of over number 18. 2 to come. You need 28. Scores 104 for 5. Last 2 overs. Penultimate over of the innings will be bowled by the other opening bowler, Rhea Vilala. 1 over remaining for her, but it's the penultimate over of the innings anyway, so in any event, this is going to be the last over that she bowls. Coming from the southern end of the ground. To work it around the leg side. We'll get a single here. I believe this is going to be a leg ball. Like a signal from umpire Yuvraj Singh, so potentially it would have been an edge onto the pad. "27 runs needed. 11 balls in which to get them. Now going to be Strawberry Kanamura on strike. Tip and run stuff. So you get 1, coming back for the second. Good running. Throw coming to the keeper's end, but that's the aggressiveness that you need to see. And a couple more runs. You are that much closer to victory. 25 runs separate you from victory from here. But Rhea Vilala is bowling well, and I think he'll accept an economy rate of 6 from her because the required rate is now 15. So conceding 1 a ball or even 2 a ball at this stage, you're still ahead of the game. Working it around the leg side. This is a single. Singles, as I keep saying, don't necessarily want to turn down a single, but my goodness, you may have to pick at this stage who is more likely to hit big and have that person fall in the strike, because every single takes you further away from your target in terms of the required rate. 16 is now the required rate. 24 runs needed from 9 balls. So somebody has to tee off, somebody has to target the gaps, somebody has to hit big. Let's see if that's going to be Manisha Sagi. Sagi is the one on strike. Just a bit of a delay while she gets ready. Now she'll be ready again. Rhea Vilala. And now Rhea Vilala is going to make her wait. Good gamesmanship maybe. But in any event, you are 3 deliveries away from the last over of the innings. You still need another 24 runs. Do you have it in you to find a way to score 10 runs from these 3 balls? And going to the last over, needing around 14 to win. That would be ideal. Boulder, full and straight, played across it, middle stump knocked back, 6 wickets down, 108 for 6. So if you're looking for ways to score big, you certainly needed to hit out. The singles were just not going to work. And unfortunately for Manisha Sagi, in fact, unfortunately for the captain, Shravya Kanamuri, she missed a relatively straight ball as her off stump knocked back. And in fact, it is Manisha Sagi who was dismissed. So the scorecard, I think, is implying that it was Travis Kanamori who was dismissed. I believe the batter who was dismissed was in fact Manisha Sagi. So we'll watch that for confirmation, but I believe that that's the case. In any event, new batter is in, and it is going to be the last 2 balls of the day for Ria Velala. It's played into the offside. They wanted a single, never going to get it there. So 1 ball remaining here, and I believe that the adjustment is being made on the scorecard. Shravya Kadamori still at the wicket. She's at the non-striker's end. We'll get a sense of who this new batter is. I believe it is Tisha Parekh. We'll get that confirmed as soon as possible, but big picture, you're looking at another 24 runs in the next 9 balls. Clip to the left of backward square leg, running toward the boundary. 2 more runs on offer. They want 3. They're coming back for 3. Not going to be there. So 2 runs coming off of the last ball of over number 19. You don't mind conceding 2 runs. But bigger picture, 22 runs needed from the last over. You think the last over will be bowled by the strike bowler Sanjana Arul, so that becomes that much more difficult because you need to score 22 runs for victory off of the opening bowler. So let's see how we go from here. Last 6 balls coming up. Mistaken, because according to my count, Aditi Chudasama had finished her spell, but she is bowling the last over. So she obviously had 1 over left. So my apologies if I haven't gotten that wrong. In any event, starting out here with a dot. Starting out with a dot ball here. So last 5 balls, 22 runs. Essentially you need 4s and 6s and nothing less. In fact, 5 4s from here, you lose by 1 run. Some conversation going on now, so not exactly sure what the subject of the conversation is. Interesting. So it appears as though Aditi Chudasama was in fact finished. So my record keeping was correct, first of all. Second of all, she has bowled 1 delivery. I believe that 1 delivery will not count because she bowled a ball that she should not have, given the fact that she's completed her overs. So it will now be a new bowler, let's say a different bowler, bowling from the northern end of the ground. I believe that it will be, in fact, Sanjana Arul. Let's see exactly what we have here. Sanjana Arul, 3 overs, 1 for 15. And let's see if that is who is going to be bowling here. I believe that's the case. Let's see. Worked into the leg side. Do they pick up a single? They do pick up a single. That's all they'll get. Just want confirmation from the umpires as to whether or not that first ball bowled by Aditi Chudasama has been negated. In other words, did it not count? But in any event, first ball bowled is a single. So 21 needed from 5. Ball, very full, very straight, just missing that off stump. And from here, proverbial nothing but sixes matter. No sixes struck all day today, at least not on this ground, but somehow Kanamori needs to figure out a way to hit the next 4 balls for 6. Well, if she hits 3 6s and 1 4, that will also get the job done, but nothing less than anything along those lines, and that certainly won't help, because now it is a mathematical certainty that you cannot win this game unless there are extras bowled. Another 20 runs needed from the next 3 balls, and so you and I can both do that math. It does not appear that there's any way that you can get to 20 runs from 3 balls, even if you hit the next one to New York City. Does not matter. 6 runs is the maximum that you can get from one shot in cricket, and so this game is effectively over at this stage, barring any extras bowled by the DreamCricket Dragons. Single taken. Essentially at this stage it becomes batting practice. 19 needed from the next 2. For what that's worth, 113 for 6 is your score, and you're looking for ways to find positives in the rest of the way. So maybe this pair can put their heads together and say, hey, let's just try to get 4 or 5 runs the rest of the way and see how we can build on this for future matches. Knocked over, full and straight, top of off. That's what the umpires, that's what the coaches tell you to do. Aim for the top of off stump. That's exactly what Sanjana Rule does here. And that is the end of the day with the bat for Shravya Kanamori. Excellent delivery. Off stump, knocked back. 113 for 7. Last ball of the match. Knocked her over. Look at that. Well, all Sanjana Arul did coming back into the attack was to be 1 delivery short of a hat trick, which she'll be on when the next time that her team plays. 2 straight clean bowls to end the match. And just conceding 3 runs from and over, where the Cyclones needed 33, I believe, to win. I'm sorry, needed 23 to win. 19 runs is what they fall short of. In fact, they fall short by 18 runs. So the DreamCricket Dragons win by that margin of 18 runs. They tried for a while that big partnership in the middle between Palak Chauhan and Aliasa Vijay Kumar looked promising. Once that partnership was broken, not a lot was there in terms of resistance. So the full scorecard: Smriti Balaji 1 from 3, Bedu Kulamuda 3 from 3, Palak Chauhan 23 from 33, Aliasa Vijay Kumar 27 from 33, Monisha Sagi 18 from 20, Manela Pendem 3 from 8, Shravya Kanamori 16 from 16, Shreya Balaji 3 from 5, Nikita Gunelli clean bowled from that last ball of the innings without scoring. The bowlers, turns out the best of them by any measure was Sanjana Arul, 4 overs, 3 for 18. Rhea Valela, 4 overs, 2 for 23. Aditi Chidasama, 4 overs, none for 23. Talini Dunn, 4 overs, 2 for 23. And Vaishnavi Kadiri, 4 overs, none for 26. So, clinical effort here by the DreamCricket Dragons. Wobbled a little bit. They'll be disappointed in the number of extras that they gave up, but they do have enough to take their team or take themselves over the line. So that becomes the end of the day's play. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being with you here for the last several overs. Last several hours is what I meant. And join us again tomorrow morning right here at the New York Oval. We will have another couple of exciting matches for you. For now, signing off from Albany, New York. See you tomorrow.
एक तो माइक चाहिए यार, थोड़ा माइक चाहिए.